Merlehaven welcomes people of all religions, and today, Merlehaven Chapel is at the heart of the community, hosting weddings and cross-quarter moves. Mordecai frequented the chapel as a child.
Wake up. Wake up. Oh, wake up! Yes. I'm Higgins, and I stopped questioning why or how this place existed a long time ago. I've updated the recordings with the truth.
You see
For your
them
listening
too,
pleasure.
don't you? guess.
There is no restoration table. Miss Argenta is very particular about that. She doesn't want any modifications being made to any of the pieces. If you find any artwork that looks like it's been tampered with, you let me know, okay?
Well, they should have warned him. Whatever made all of those miners get sick was still down there.
I don't want to kill them.
Jason...
The surrogate didn't take the same care with...
Ricardo Hollander.
We had a break-in at home. His wife jumped from the lighthouse. He was just staring into space. His two kids drawing all over the table. Mr. Britton. People can't just be happy anymore, can they? There's no zen. Enjoying just being. I wish there was some way I could just speed up the grieving process. You've quite the obsession with dead bodies, Mordecai. we shut on Halloween. Gets creepy enough without having a Day of the Dead. That young girl I see here sometimes, is she getting her portrait done? Is she here now? I think my favourite piece is... Oh, I'm definitely a foodie. Money was a bit tight when I was younger, and it instilled me with this kind of quick or hungry mentality.
The night shift can feel pretty. I've just had a call from Lord Barnet asking to loan one of Gray's portraits. They're having a charity auction, they want a centrepiece. Could you be a love and pick one for me? Just leave it in reception, I'll call in for it. I'll be back tomorrow.
Something has changed. Merlehaven is a godless place, with a religion that tries to please all faiths, adopting pieces of Gray idolized and adored his mother. Saviour's bell still gets rung by the unhappy spirits of Merlehaven. The triumvirate were three swindling fishermen. If you're lucky, so bad, you might be able to make most of Mordecai's dreams. If you sit along the coastline, the triumvirate proved not without a ban around 10 decades ago. Mordecai's dream period died. The butcher of Merlehaven has always been one. Merlehaven is a godless place. It's no surprise that over 90% of Merlehaven tourists adopting fishing forefathers couldn't build a road in a straight line. Ironically, the chapel's darlings are Earth's spiritual guardians that often migrate to places where immense evil that included anyone accused of witchcraft. Yes.
Don't tell anyone what I said, please. You've got a way of getting secrets out of people, haven't you, Mordecai? Mordecai. We have had a couple of casualties, but... It's a long process, but you get into the rhythm of it. Lots of pipes going everywhere, draining. I was talking to the coroner. They're not... No.
I think you're probably dreaming. Have you caught yourself asleep during your shift? I won't say anything, but Miss Argento would not be happy. Not that she comes in.
The butcher.
Ever. Get some rest. You'll be fine.
The baby. You shouldn't have gone. People think it's a rush. Passing out. They're all ready. Box.
Malhaven. They might have banned fortune telling, but they can't. Life's too short to hold back.
We had a magician for our birthday party once.
I dreamt. Give
Most things supernatural can be. Monday dragged me to a palm reader in our. Oh, that's very kind of you.
It was his heart that...
I didn't give her any drugs.
I can literally get away.
I mean...
It's not like... He was... But it... You... That's the...
Yes.
The portal was perfect. And on the side of the lighthouse, you're so thoughtful.
Yes.
Do you know it rained fish after they murdered me? So it's half worked. They killed Spence.
Ever the entrepreneur, Lilith invested in partnerships to produce lab-grown meat from human DNA, and was working with Merlehaven's butcher to release a range of celebrity cuts. However, adding an option for customers to feast on their recently deceased was not going to go down well.
You think the floors are a bit lumpy, right? Miss Argenta said this place was built on a... Hey, could you set aside a couple of Gray's portraits?
Find the crystal ball. Yes.
No, they don't. What you're talking about is more likely psychometry. I felt the same thing when I was working the night shift. I could pick up a painting and it would show me a memory of itself. Perhaps it's really strong in you, and you think that you can see it. Don't freak out. Stop touching the paintings.
I asked Leo how he thought I stole from customers while I was performing. He didn't have an answer. I asked to see the security footage to prove it wasn't me. He couldn't even look at me.
Insurance, banking, telecoms. Johnsons didn't need funerals too. They were trying to capitalise on Steve's death. That's why I messed up their mortuary. I was angry.
Did you steal my motorbike? I mean, you've taken everything else. I wouldn't have put it past you. Now I can't even earn money as a courier.
Spence stole the irises to destroy the henge, but only made it stronger. Jason was supposed to become Spence to tell me where they were buried, not wreak revenge.
He was having an affair, which drove his wife to suicide. She couldn't ignore it anymore, so
I saw it for myself. Sitting on customers' laps, wrapping my arms around them and slipping their watches off their wrists. It was me, but it wasn't me. I can't explain it, but I didn't do it. I can't help that I want it all. Love, success, fame, passion. And I'm not going to apologize for it. All this island does is take, take, take. So I'm going to grab whatever I can get. were you at the bar, Mordecai? I don't remember seeing you, but you're on the security footage. And you went through my bag. Did you plant those things? Is this some kind of revenge? Leo says I'm lucky he didn't call the police, that I'd abused my position. It doesn't matter anyway, the rumors have already started. Everyone thinks I'm a thief. Adam thinks I'm a cheat. So I'm already cancelled.
Jenna does a lot of antiquing online, and then she trades it with a local shop. Nothing too big. She's only got a motorbike.
I got a love letter this morning from a civil court case from Layla's family. Do you have any idea what that's about? Wouldn't tell a soul, you said.
I think my dad brought something with him back from the mines. Something that's scratching in the walls. I'm never going to get off this rock. Adam said he loved me, but I couldn't feel anything, like I was behind glass. Now he won't even talk to me at all.
Our program is being rolled out worldwide. Soon, there will be no more crime. People will still be free. But they'll also answer to me if needed.
Food for alibis. Jenna joins me for dinner quite a lot and she loves it. Loves it. You can't get what I'm serving anywhere else.
I love all my patients. I even love you. But please, tell me what drew you to the undulating hills.
The young girl. Who is she? And what does she have over you? Whenever I see you with her, your head is bowed. And it looks like you're taking orders. I guess it started when I accidentally syringed myself with ketamine. I knew it had hallucinogenic properties, but I'd never seen such colors. Medication to stop you being addicted to medicine. Isn't it marvelous, Mordecai?
Technically, Pip's an antique, isn't he? How much do you think he'd be worth? Oh wait, you already know that, don't you?
Electrotherapy, surgery, security. The manor is very expensive to run. You know, it's cheaper to feed patients than to starve them in isolation. But we do whatever is needed, whatever the cost.
Do you have an addiction, or do you just thrive on deceit? Why did you make her pose naked? That is not what we agreed. She left me a note, a goodbye note, saying that she'd cheated on me.
The whiskey glass I borrowed. I sent it away for analysis. They found particles that couldn't be carbon dated. Clearly an anomaly. But are you the oldest evil, Mordecai?
I know the antiques dealer has a lot of colonial weapons and things. I think he's been dredging the ocean, to be honest.
You told her that you'd paid for her to pose naked, so a lie and a betrayal. And my ex-fiancé thinks you're a better catch.
Talk to me. I know your mother drowned in the Aurora trials, Maudie. Us witches should stick together. Hmm?
He found him in the undulating hills. Just picked him up and gave him to me, aged 11. He does talk, you know, without me. And he says he wants to come back, or bad things are gonna happen to you.
I killed them. I asked them for different wrapping paper. We hadn't run out. I killed my parents. How dare you? You needed the treatment. You're a criminal, Mordecai. I tried to fix you, and somehow you're still broken. And now, you're blackmailing me?
We were supposed to be looking at rings this week. I wanted something antique. Not that we could afford it. I wonder how long I would have kept the pretense going if Adam hadn't found out. I think I really would have married him. Just so I didn't have to be alone.
Why did you trick me? Are you some kind of devil? Their smiles are stuck on their faces permanently.
I never lied to him. I really did love him. It just wasn't enough. Maybe I'm addicted.
Mother said I was a bitter disappointment, and she couldn't bear to think of me being alive when she'd gone. That's when I threatened to kill her. Perhaps that's another reason why she hated me.
When the Argentas took me into their care, they found a huge stash of contraband in the basement. Crystals, tarots, Ouija boards. They said my parents had been selling them illegally.
Deception is easy. Misdirection, that's a whole other thing.
Caroline was going to prison either way. I didn't blackmail her. She took the fall for Mother. I was supposed to pay her some of my inheritance. She was addicted to money.
I'm High Priestess, Mordecai. You're a member of the church too, but you've been brainwashed by the hills. If you try to blackmail me again, though, there will be grave consequences.
Caroline said it was self-defense, but she'd stabbed me 3 times. Used a meat skewer as a weapon, of all things. Ishmael sells lots of antique weapons. She could have used something a little more classy.
Someone sent Adam security footage from the bar of me and Leo. He saw everything. I just wanted to be loved. I found a letter from the company that hired him. They did warn him. He was only supposed to be down there a few hours, and yet he was down there for days. He ignored the warnings. Why would he do that?
At the lighthouse, people have been seeing silhouettes. Grotesque silhouettes. It's that thing you painted on it, isn't it, Mordecai? It's a gateway. What happened to you at the hills? The shrunken heads were Ecuadorian. I did some hunting out that way. Not heads, of course. I sold them to the antiques dealer here, just recently. I suppose it is a bit barbaric, but then so is taxidermy.
Spence is my mother's maiden name. My grandfather was Mayor Rickman Spence. I do not agree with his politics. He tried to drown my grandmother in the Aurora trials too.
Yes.
I'll send Alejandra after Otto to get Pip back. You'll need to buy him.
It's the blood in the paintings, isn't it? Somehow, that's how you're doing it. Making us see and hear things that aren't there. You're trying to steal our souls.
Yes, very Mona Lisa.
Yes.
I'll take care of Sunday's parents before their next iteration.
I have nothing to say about... I have nothing to say about this. I have nothing to say about this.
How could you suspect poor little old me? I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Oh well. I'm sure you can make it up to me. Shall we see who it was?
I have nothing to... I have nothing to say. I have nothing...
Dead men can't talk, Maudie. Now, be a good boy and put your head back for me. That's it. That's it.
Can
you believe they've solved Mordecai's murder? After all this time? You said it was them. Maybe you should get a promotion. Security guard? Nah, detective more like. Good job. I'll see you when you're next in. Your shift is officially 11 p.m. till 7 a.m. and you can obviously browse the gallery for free at any time. We used to have a bed, but that just encouraged security guards to sleep through their shift.
Wake up. Wake up. Oh, wake up. Yes. You see them too, don't you? Real Merlers call Abernathy's bluff Lighthouse Keeper Leon because of all the broken hearts that leap from the precipice into the salty embrace of the sea below. From what I can tell, the catacombs under the Mordecai's dream period diary. Merlhaven is not an island. All paraphernalia of divination. There is no heart to stop the dead talking about what may escape. Let's not trouble like Argentas, shall we? Once Savior's bell of a young girl called Kyra, the unhappy spirits of Mercy's charge. If you're lucky, you might. Everyone knows our drunken crab-fishing forefathers summoned you themselves. We advertised in spirits, but since there's no advertising poster and postcard.
Normally, I go to... You know, I pass that building every day, but I've never been in. Shameful, innit? I should be supporting local businesses, but... all those dead tourists. Do you think it will affect turnout? I live at the funeral home. There's not much point trying to live anywhere else. It stops criminals trying to break in too. At least, most of the time.
Yes.
Higgins said he was having strange dreams at the beginning. What type of dreams? I don't want to know. Just, if it starts to affect your work, then maybe see a doctor. I'm useless at these kind of things.
It's the only thing we fight about. We're supposed to be saving up for Paris, but Adam says I spend too much. He's probably right. I spent a fortune last week on a new corset. It's gorgeous, though. Champagne satin with a feather trim.
You were talking about the Johnsons, right? They accused me of messing with their mortuary to cover up for their own negligence. It was after Mum and Dad died.
So, Marcy's wanted me sober, and generally I need a drink, for my nerves. It was 6 drinks. No alcohol, no show. So they kicked us out. They didn't kick us out. I was just doing them a favour. Sure you were. Another whiskey?
Most of our patients have troubling dreams. But instead of medicating them, we use hypnosis as a therapy. Kim is well aware of that and is trying to blow it all out of proportion.
We never fight, do we? I always think that we were forced to spend so much time apart before we were born, that we've been making up for it ever since.
Mother hated me being a clockmaker. She wanted her son to be a surgeon. I was a massive disappointment to her.
When I'm rich, you know, I live near the... My mum left when I was 9. He always calls to wish me luck before it.
Why am I getting a port?
We take a...
Well, we still live at home.
No.
This isn't the first time. Sorry,
A spot check.
I live...
I was never in the same... Am I talking to you through...
There was...
What do you...
That was all part of...
Mordecai already... I did see...
Well...
The night shift can feel pretty long, but pretty uneventful too, am I right? Am I? Right? You'll get used to it. I'm just glad I can get back to my normal sleeping pattern now. I did not enjoy your job. Have another good night. Miss Argenta just called me to ask for one of the grey portraits. Just pick any one of the 6 and leave it in reception. It's going away to be tested for authenticity, whatever that means. I think they all look hideous, so they're probably all authentic.
Something has changed.
In many murder cases, the killer inadvertently leaves microscopic evidence at the crime scene that is later used to apprehend them.
Yes.
I don't believe what they say on.
It's pretty grim.
Miss Argenta did fire Higgins, then agreed to accept his resignation for his CV. On his last night, he started smashing through the corridors, looking for these hidden rooms that he expected to find. Mainly, he just found the grass outside. It caused a lot of damage.
Sure,
I need. You say.
But well, you don't need. I spent a lot of time at the sanctuary after.
You can.
Monday's not been sleeping well at the moment. She keeps having nightmares. She's completely into the Mexico thing. She's been caught.
No. Oh no. No. Yes.
We need 6 of the freshly dead on Wellhaven soil. Then they can be arranged.
Yes.
I'm sorry you're like this now, Mordecai. The hills have done things to you that can't be undone.
Business took a turn for the worse after Lilith's parents died. She set about honoring their name by discrediting the Johnsons, her only competition on the island. After breaking into their mortuary and removing various body parts from the deceased, word spread like the plague, and soon Rendell's was the only undertaker in town again. Catherine's parents were killed when she was just 13. They'd gone out to buy Christmas wrapping paper, only to be shot multiple times in the post office by an armed robber who was never found. She studied law to seek ways to avenge her parents, and it almost worked. Her. He would fall in love with her, and she would fall in love with him, or at least appear to. A devout fan of his solitary stand-up show, she would marry him if he would give up Pip. And so Pip was sold to the highest bidder, Mordecai Grey. From that day onwards, Otto would never see a penny more from his puppet, and Mordecai would own his most treasured companion. Always the perfectionist, Xavier's slow and steady hand killed more patients in surgery and paid out more fees in negligence than any other doctor in Merlehaven. Fortunately, Nurse Caroline, who was employed by his mother, collected enough evidence to have him struck off the medical register before he could do any more harm. Xavier killed his mother. Then Caroline tried to kill him. Sorry, she tried to self-defense him. Xavier didn't buy it, of course, so Caroline offered to take the blame for his mother's death to prove how much she loved him, as long as he'd cut her into the inheritance he'd receive if he wasn't implicated. That's how love works on Merlehaven. It's no surprise that over 90% of Merlehaven tourists have already tasted the pleasures of Merle port wine. Real Merlers call Abernathy's every year, on the night before Halloween. The triumvirate. From what I can tell, the catacombs under the henge, Mordecai's dream period died. It was actually Angel Abernathy. Merlehaven is not a band. All paraphernalia of divination was passed to stop the dead talking about what may. The triumvirate tried to let us not band what it insisted. Xavier's Bell, even though he had no recollection of spirits of Merlehaven, mostly Mordecai's dream period died. It wasn't a freak tornado. If you're lucky, you might be able to convince a helicopter. Everyone knows hens used are drunken crabfish as a summoning seems to bring forth Merlehaven on Mordecai's or outings by using a giant mining drill. Marcus managed to dig up Merlehaven.
Chin up. It's just one day left. Keep an extra eye out tonight, though. They're looking into Mordecai's murder case again. New evidence, apparently. Which means his paintings are going to be the talk of the town and top of any local art burglar's hit list. There's a gun in the drawer, if you need. Just kidding. Call the police. Catch you later. Hey, could you set aside a couple of Gray's portraits for me, please? Just leave them in reception. One of them's going to be going on a permanent vacation, so don't pick your favourites. Thanks.
A staple of popular folklore, the so-called Butcher of Merlehaven was the villain of many tales of missing men.
Find the crystal ball.
Galli Argenta's been in the Argenta family for over 100 years. Originally it was used exclusively to show and sell the artwork from the family. But nowadays Miss Argenta opens it up to the public. I get to choose most of the exhibits myself. Well, I pick a handful and then she picks from those, but same difference.
They're saying...
Our drunken crab-fishing forefathers couldn't build a road in a straight Mordecai's depiction of a spirit was commissioned as an advertising grossing knoll and because it was since there's no airport on the island, the butcher of Merlehaven has always been one of the most respected. Mordecai's dream that the Aurora wolves really do scream. That he was actually into their strange structure. They let out all those Earth's spiritual stuffing bodies, and Merlehaven is not an idol. Banning its brief paraphernalia is known as they want to about what everyone knows they behead used by the Luxarian cult as a summoning spell. He still gets run. The triumvirate were three. Let's not start on the Argenta. The triumvirate eventually outhow her and the Fury's eyes. They made a banning after saving Merlehaven from mayhem was majesty to stop it dead talking about what Merlehaven is not an idol. It's the Prince of Earth's spiritual guide. It was actually Angel Abernathy, Marie's daughter, that caused all those every year, on the night before Halloween, the triumvirate organizes murders call Abernathy's bluff Lover's Muff. The Butterfly Park is incandescently muted into the salty embrace of the sea. Spirit that kept the place alive.
I know it won't.
Ah, yes.
Did I tell you, Mother?
Stop! You don't
We have a treasure trove.
Yes.
Mordecai Gray is the artist who was murdered last year. It's the main exhibition at the moment. I think you've probably just seen that phrase somewhere around the gallery.
Yes.
Xavier is trapped in a prison of his own making. He is controlled by his origami.
Yes.
There are no royals in Merlehaven, Mordecai. You must paint them.
I have nothing. I have nothing. I have nothing to say.
Well, this is awkward. No, I did not kill Mordecai, so that's an unforced error on your part.
What do you think, Pip? Should we kill him? Yeah.
I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say.
What do you think, Pip? Should we kill him? Yeah.
Can you believe they've solved Mordecai's murder? After all this time? You said it was them. just sit there and...
Wake up. Wake up. Oh, wake up. Yes. You see them too, don't you?
Gray's killer definitely knew him. Why? Because the crime scene had no signs of forced entry or exit, and only his coveted diamond orc figurine was missing. Justice Hoon, who was deputizing at the time, surmised the killer must have used a key. How did they get that key? Hoon had two theories. Firstly, perhaps Gray had befriended one of his subjects, or was having a romantic relationship with one, and thus had given them a key. Secondly,
Uncle Steve's the headless horseman, not me.
perhaps the killer had
When he
simply
died, Dad
found
took
the
over and...
orc's spare key. He kept it attached to a powerful magnet, out of sight, but easily within reach, above his doorway.
I can put you in touch...
I'd used it once, months ago. I mean, I'd left Pip there and needed to get him for a gig.
Did you keep the key?
Nah. Actually, now you mention it, I can't remember. Maybe I've still got it.
You and I have a long, illustrious...
I had a locksmith make 2 keys for Mordecai and change the lock.
We only found one.
Well, then you've still got one to find.
Do you have a key?
No. Why would I? Keeps one above the doorway.
You knew about the spare?
Didn't everyone?
Very observant, Miss. What about you? I'm I told you I don't have a key. There was a spare key above the door, but that's not much use when you're locked inside.
Locked inside?
He liked to lock the doors when he painted me.
So you knew where the spare key was?
Obviously, I just told you.
Well, we both want... Well, we never fight. The Sir...
Mr. Gray's cleaner says that she discovered you alone inside the studio a couple of weeks before his death.
Oh, yes. I forgot about that. Monday left her coat behind. I went back to get it.
How did you get in?
The spare key. It wasn't hidden very well. But I was only in there a moment and I put it right back.
I live next to the theatre district. I don't think clockmakers get fans as such.
Did you know? I didn't know about the key.
Did he ever leave you alone in the loft?
No. I don't get myself into those kinds of scrapes.
Ambition. Desire.
He left me alone once in his loft, but it wasn't Halloween.
Did you know about the spare key?
No.
Did you take the diamond figurine?
No, why would I do that?
You seem agitated.
Because it sounds like you think I'm a suspect.
Anyone can be famous.
Oh, she was stunning. Mid-20s in this gorgeous tight cheerleading outfit. It's weird, but they all like me to, do the voice while we're, so it's like they're having sex with Pip. I mean, I should be offended, but it's still me, right? There's a secret compartment in Pip that I keep.
Tourism is... I was carried by a sub. Have you forgotten?
I thought you were...
Oh, he's the famous.
There are... You wouldn't...
They went to buy
Yes.
did you know about Higgins? Wait, did I tell you? Yeah, it was probably me. Higgins was the security guard for 6 months before you arrived. He was our 6th guard, actually. His address was 6 St. Catherine's Court, Maidstone. 6.
We've had some trouble with the loud.
I'm having an epiphany. I'll be right back.
Plony.
Dominique Serrant was a rare triple threat. A dancer, singer, and actor whose talents burned so bright that she landed the lead role in a West End musical as a complete unknown. No longer would she be a nobody from a nowhere island. Dominique was destined for greatness, and she couldn't wait to leave her past behind. Or at least, that's what she thought. An explosion of tourism on Merlehaven increased visitors to the undulating hills and created an endless supply of clients for Lilith's funeral home. Business hadn't always been this good, though, and in the early days, the Rendell family had been so short of food, they'd taken to eating bits and pieces from the mortuary, a custom that Lilith still continues today. When Mordecai found out Lilith had been tucking into her guests, he threatened to spill her secrets unless she supplied him with bodies. So, under duress, she agreed. Mordecai reasoned he simply wanted to paint still life, but she suspected he had more sinister plans for the cadavers. How much further would Lilith go to protect them and her secrets? Reeling from the death of her sister, Sunday uncovered the truth about the twins' true origins. That they were the last in a series of failed experiments by scientists masquerading as parents. Although they'd fled, she would consider forgiving them if they grew her a replacement sibling. However, she still believed Monday's death was all Mordecai's fault, despite her own backhander. Would killing him put her own demons to rest? Catherine's parents were killed when she was just 13. Catherine was gone out so to buy Christmas wrapping paper that when she opened it up to the public, she only expected people to see how happy all the patients were. But one reporter, Kim Park, uncovered a different narrative, one of electrocution, starvation, sleep deprivation, and hypnosis. Not unexpectedly, Kim became the first overseas addition to the manor when she was arrested for littering. Since then, she has had nothing but praise for Catherine and her methods. Otto and Pip's comedy duets were an overnight success, bringing tours abroad and lonely nights on the road. Following in his father's footsteps, Otto drank too much and courted too many, which culminated in an overdosed and pregnant fan in his hotel room. Once Layla's story broke, Otto became a pariah, but Pip came out unscathed. Otto's parents lived a marriage of convenience, neither content nor alone. But as the years went by, Mr. Pipistrelle's indiscretions became more frequent and public, like the arguments that followed. A teenage Otto, sheltered in his room, and having too much time and imagination on his hands, created Pip, a best friend he could talk to whilst his parents' relationship self-destructed. Yes.
She cannot be High Priestess. Do whatever you must. There can be no royals in the church.
Glad to hear you survived. I'm not worried about intruders. It's the boredom that'll kill you. 3 nights on, 4 nights off. Just 2 more to do and then you're done. Unless you're stuck in a time loop, playing the same 3 days over and over again. Just kidding. Miss Argenta just called me to ask.
Something has changed. Yes.
There is no restoration table. Miss Argenta is very particular about that. She doesn't want any modifications being made to any of the pieces. If you find any artwork that looks like it's been tampered with, you let me know, okay?
I didn't know.
It might. Things are.
I need the money.
It's.
Have you ever...
It's weird, but this little dude can get squeaky in all the wrong places.
We learned about... We...
So, you administered the ketamine yourself, or did a doctor do it?
They showed me how much to give him, but I couldn't do it.
I see.
I returned it all to the pharmacy about a week before Halloween. You can check with them. It was all there.
We'll do that.
Ketamine can be pretty lethal.
Do you own any?
I've never noticed that little scar on your cheek. It's quite cute.
Do you own any ketamine?
No, I don't own any. I found it.
I was prescribed ketamine in tablet form.
Why are you specifying tablets?
Because I assume it was a liquid form used on Mordecai.
How do you know that?
Well, because you can't inject tablets.
How do you know it was injected?
Well, I don't know, because force feeding him tablets sounds silly.
I'm sure you already know there's ketamine at the manor.
Do you have access to it?
I have a key, yes.
Anything gone missing recently?
I don't know. I'd have to check.
Your parents recently obtained ketamine via the pharmacy. Do you know why?
Well, you'd have to ask them. But they sometimes use animals as test subjects. Perhaps they needed to anesthetize them.
Do you know where they keep it?
In the lab, I presume, in our basement.
So you could have access to it if you wanted.
If I wanted, but I didn't.
Everybody should do something they're not supposed to.
We have a secret language. Red nail varnish when I'm feeling playful. Pink when I'm tired. And blue when I need an alibi.
Well, she said she was flattered at first, because he was so much older, but then kind of grossed out after. She was 18, not that it makes a blind bit of difference. My dad's been an exceptional role model.
So you like taking risks? Sometimes I fantasize about snapping your neck like a little twig. Just the thought of it excites me.
I used to love going down to the lab when I was younger. All those tools and machinery. It made me feel important. Plus, they always gave us biscuits after. We were so easily bored. We had a...
Any legislation?
Maybe the problem.
Mordecai himself was incarcerated at Merlehaven Manor for painting a mural on Merlehaven's lighthouse. It wasn't really a mural, though, was it? Anyway, I digress. He served several weeks for criminal damage and was finally released once completely in Catherine's thrall. But her control was short-lived. After visiting the undulating hills, Gray returned a changed man with no memory of his time at the manor, or the hypnotic trigger words Catherine had implanted in him. Yes.
Catherine is lost. She's become evil. Although there is something I want from her.
Chin up. It's just one day left. Keep an extra eye out tonight, though. They're looking into Mordecai's murder case again. New evidence. Can you do me a favour? I've got someone interested in one of the Grey portraits. They want to buy one, but they're just not sure which one. They've asked me to choose, but I think they're all horrible. Can you pick one for me and hang it in reception? Just pick whichever one you fancy or hate the least. I'll be by later to pick it up.
Find the crystal ball. Our drunken crab fishing forefathers Mordecai's depiction of a spirit was commissioned as an rubber-like surface on the undulating. It was actually Angel Abernathy, Marie's daughter, that caused Darlings are Earth's spiritual guardians. Marie Merlhaven isn't because Angel had been trying to cast a scrying. From what I can tell, the catacombs under the henge, the drunken place that found the witnesses of the triumvirate tried to without a doubt grand I went out decades ago. But that kicked off a revolution along the coastline of Merlhaven. The butcher of Merlhaven has always been Steve Stewart was the wheeler. The triumvirate were three swindlers. If you're lucky, you might be able to convince it wasn't a freak tornado. Most of Mordecai's Merlhaven is not an island. They want to take over. Sounds pretty fair. Saviour's Bell still gets round. If you dive down the Grey idol rubber and adored his mother on the night before Halloween. The triumvirate organizes a secret ball. The drunken pirates found it. Merlhaven didn't even know. Mordecai, they will never ban, let alone day of the week. Merlhaven is a godless place, banning with religion the paraphernalia of divination was partly how her dead talking about what may have sped. Ironically, the chapel wasn't very welcoming. The triumvirate did, and was definitely one of those three. Leaving regularly. At the time.
Higgins was, seeing things. Things that weren't there.
Yes.
Gallery Argenta's been in the Argenta family for over 100 years. Originally it was used exclusively to show and sell the artwork from the family. But nowadays Miss Argenta opens it up to the public.
No! That is not how I become the best tennis player in the world.
Well,
you do not get to kill my sister and
I
tell
pick
me
a handful
I'm
and then she
first
picks
now.
the most, but same difference.
Yes.
The bodies, the blood, the royals. Then we save Merlehaven by sending it back to where it came from.
How did my blood look in the painting? It dries kind of brown. So I'm hoping you mixed it with something else.
Wonder.
The whiskey glass I bought.
Do you have an addiction?
You put the diamond.
Where the hell could they have...
The twin.
I suppose I could. It's familiar. Like, childhood familiar, but no, I don't know what it is or what it's supposed to be.
Could you draw it?
No. And I wouldn't use anyone's blood. I respect the dead too much. It was.
One.
One of our detectives noticed this symbol in your diary.
You've been reading my diary?
They said they found it open. Care to explain what it means?
I don't know what it means. I just saw it and I copied it.
So you could draw it?
I could copy it.
I drew him on his.
I don't hate.
It was.
I can't.
After she had
You're like my...
After she had me fired. I've heard of it. The greeny blue symbols. Is that what you mean?
The Luxyrus cult. Are you a member, Mr. Hahn?
It's not a cult, it's a church.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn.
You... I'm not really cult material. They're generally overdressed for me, you know, all the robes.
But you've seen the symbol before.
It's funny. Once you've seen it, you start noticing it everywhere. It's all over the island, hidden in plain sight.
Can you draw it?
I've got it tattooed. Adam said he...
I didn't make Pip. I just... I put those symbols on Pip, and they're pagan.
Or Luxyrus?
I don't even know what that is.
They're a cult.
Well, I need to advertise more, because I've never heard of them.
As Monday's illness continued, Sunday grew increasingly desperate for a solution, until Mordecai offered one. A special handmade clock that promised to make her sister better again. After pricking her finger on a tiny needle hidden in the clock, Monday deteriorated rapidly. But was that the only thing to blame? After Layla Otto vowed never to drink again and entered rehab for one last time. When he emerged, he found an inbox littered with job offers for Pip, but none for himself. Desperate for money, he pimped out Pip on his own, but companies used other voice actors to portray him. With Otto's personal legacy in ruins, he hit the stage again, but without alcohol or Pip to back him up. This time, the critics were not so kind.
I'd used it once, months ago. I mean, I'd left Pip there and needed to get him for a gig.
Did you keep the key?
Nah. Actually, now you mention it, I can't remember. Maybe I've still got it.
Yes.
I was prescribed ketamine in tablet form.
Why are you specifying tablets?
Because I assume it was a liquid form used on Mordecai.
How do you know that?
Well, because you can't inject tablets.
How do you know it was injected?
Well, I don't know, because force feeding him tablets sounds silly.
Yes.
I put those symbols on Pip, and they're pagan.
Or Luxyrus?
I don't even know what that is.
They're a cult.
Well, they need to advertise more, because I've never heard of them.
No.
Ah, looks like you took a wrong turn. Sucks to be you. Wonder who the real killer is.
You killed my sister!
Mr. Gray's cleaner says that she discovered you alone inside the studio a couple of weeks before his death.
Oh, yes. I forgot about that. Monday left her coat behind. I went back to get it.
How did you get in?
The spare key. It wasn't hidden very well. But I was only in there a moment and I put it right back.
Yes.
Your parents recently obtained ketamine via the pharmacy. Do you know why?
Well, you'd have to ask them. But they sometimes use animals as test subjects. Perhaps they needed to anesthetize them.
Do you know where they keep it?
In the lab? I presume in our basement?
So you could have access to it if you wanted.
If I wanted, but I didn't.
Yes.
One of our detectives noticed this symbol in your diary.
You've been reading my diary?
They said they found it open. Care to explain what it means?
I don't know what it means. I just saw it and I copied it.
So you could draw it?
I could copy it.
Yes.
You killed my sister!
Can you believe they've solved Mordecai's murder? After all this time? You said it was them. Maybe you should get a promotion. Security guard? Nah, detective more like. Good job. I'll see you when you're next in. You're on your own tonight. The gallery can get a